Okay, the next leg, and here's my kind of final entity relationship drawing, or the ERD diagram, entity relationship diagram. And just now I have those users and the whole identity system, and this GPS session, location, and location type. So what I'm missing is this GPS session type. So this is like running bicycle, whatever. So different activities. Even maybe the activity type, so activity type, a little bit GPS session type. And then I have those track and track point. So those are predefined checkpoints in the terrain and grouped into something which is called a track. So somewhere in the forest is a track of, I don't know, 10 points which you have to pass. Points have order, so the pass order. So if you should do them in some kind of specific order, second, first, third, and etc. And then I have this app lang string. Sorry, it's actually lang string now. So lang string and language string translation. So this is for the multi-language strings. So all those names and descriptions here in GPS session type, GPS location type and track, all those are translatable. So they will be shown in different languages depending of the user choice. And all those three entities, they all have two fields, name and description. So I need to do some entity framework configuration with attributes to get this system working. Otherwise, the entity framework cannot figure out that I have several navigation properties to the same entity. What I haven't drawn here is connections from the language string to all those fields. So because there's just too many. And typically, I even don't include the navigation properties in this language string. So there is 6 of those now. Okay, the 7th one is to the strings itself, translated strings, but the 6 to the all 3 major entities here. Typically, I don't include those navigation properties here because I don't use them. So that's enough if I have the foreign key and navigation property for the fields. I don't navigate back from here. I have already configured the entities. So let's see. Oh, sorry. And I have somewhat rearranged my solution. So what I did is now I have here grouping domain, and the domain is also divided into the contracts, base, and app. So the base implements the contracts here. And domain is then domain specific. And what I have now here, which I already did, and here we have this language string. So here are those 6 navigations to the 3 major entities, then the translations themselves, and then the classical translation system. And one fancy thing here is this public static implicit operator. So this automatically converts from the string to the language string and from the language string to the string. So such operations are possible as adding string plus something. So then automatically this is converted to the string, and then those 2 strings are glued together. So, and the other way how to use it is here in the DAL, in the data seeding, here. This name and description is actually a multi-lang string, and I can just cast them like this, and I even don't need to cast, so it's automatically converted correctly. So this name isn't actually a string, so it's actually a multi-lang string, or this lang string, and it's assigned automatically thanks to this conversion system. So actually I don't need casting here, so this is redundant, and it will still work exactly the same. So I can basically edit, find, replace, and replace with nothing. With what? So no casting is needed, it's automatically converted. So it's quite nice. Although maybe it looks like a little bit suspicious, but I know that this name is actually this lang string. So that's there. So I have updated the entities, so all the names and descriptions are converted, and they have also now foreign keys, name, ID, etc. And otherwise, the language string is standard. There is not nothing mysterious here. So how the system works is this, that there's a bunch of constructors, but they finally all come here. So the constructor takes the string value and what is the current thread, sorry, here. So what is the current culture ID, and then the translation is set. So this comes here, and this set translation finally comes here with the string and culture, and it just basically takes the translations collection. So this is the collection of those long string translations, tries to find the stuff there. So if this value or if this culture is there, then it's updated the value with the string, and if it's not there, then it's just added there. And if the translations happen to be null first, then it's just initialized with an empty list. And the other way is how to translate. So now this depends what is sent here and what the culture is. So based on the culture, so if the translation is null, then null is returned. But if it isn't null, then it first fixes the culture string, so trims and etc. And then it tries to find the culture first with the exact match. So if the translations have string with this culture, then it's returned. If it isn't, then it tries to match with the beginning. So maybe there is the culture string. So the culture string has two formats. Either it's with the country and the language, or just language. Then it tries to match that maybe there is the something which begins with this culture. And if it isn't, then it tries to find the default culture. And if even that one doesn't work, then it just returns whatever is the first value in the translations. And if it's null, then it returns a null. And toString just calls the translate, and if the translate returns null, then it just returns question marks. So this is quite an easy system actually, and this lang string translation is totally easy. Here is just a culture, which is kept as a string for easy checking. Actually, it could also be int. So this culture values are actually enumerated. So there is an ID for every culture. So it will definitely work faster as an int, but let it be a string. It's easier to check what's going on. Can be changed easily later. And then there's the string value in every culture, and the max length is set to the 10 kilobytes. Actually, here it's not needed, so can be less. So that's up to you how to design it. And otherwise, everything here is standard. And just now I have done the migrations from the scratch because I don't want to spend time how how to modify the data and copy the data from the previous string values to the new multi-lang string system. So that's quite a few SQL operations, so let it be. So I just dropped the database and made a new migration from the scratch. So there isn't anything that important in the production database yet, so I can just drop it. And this is basically where I'm at. So the new migration is done. I also did some a little bit configuring of the entities. So so here is if the session is deleted, then the GPS locations are deleted. So that has cascade. And if the language string is deleted, then the translation strings go with it. So this one also has cascade. Everything else is a manual delete. And here's the indexes. GPS session has index on the timestamps, on the user created and on the database created timestamp. And the same way we have a few indexes here. So language string translation. So those various values in languages. So every language culture and combination with the language string ID should only have one copy. And from the other side, those track points also. Those track points also should have a pass order, and the track ID should be unique. I'm not so sure about it. So if there isn't an order, so if those have to be 0, no, I don't want to have this. But this one definitely has to be. So that should be it. I think everything is kind of ready. So I have my new entities, so the track and track point, and the GPS session type, and then the language support system. So otherwise, the domain model is actually fairly simple. So I have just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have just 6 entities. But that's what I need for this system. So should be okay. So now I need first to tackle the language problem and set up the support for the languages. So the whole language support starts here in the web application, and I also need to take care of the language support for the REST controllers. So how those will deal with language. So they definitely don't want to see the multi-lang strings. They just need to see the strings. So I need to think about that. So how to map them through the various DTOs and what will happen there. And then let's start from somewhere. So this startup system here. Let me check. I haven't done yet the languages. So let's set up the language support. So let's set this thing up. So I have my API versioning here. GVT, okay, somewhere here maybe. So it's the services and configure. And it's the request localization options. So it's an options, and what shall happen? So let's first we can cheat a little bit and maybe do it here. Support that cultures equals a new list, and then I want to move it over to the configuration. So it's a new culture info, and then With the language, let's say we support ENGB, new culture info, then we support what Estonian, new culture info, what else? Probably Russian, something like this, sorry. So those are the cultures we plan to support. And now we can configure this localization options we have. So options. So what do we have? Support the cultures. Definitely, this just equals our supported cultures. Then options, support the UI cultures. This is also supported cultures. So let's define those a little bit. Support that, what is, so this is date, time, and currency support. And this one is UI translated strings support. And then we need the default one. So options, default request culture. So if nothing is isn't found, then what is? And this one is specific new request culture. So it takes two strings. So we can set it to the, I don't know, ENGB. So that one is capital, and the other one also ENGB. So this sets up the options. So if nothing is found, use this. So when this is done, so somewhere we can now add to the application that please use it. So app use request localization. So we need to do at least something here. So let's say that we have the options equals, let's ask application services, get service, and this is the I options. This should also be generic. And the request request localization options. What's this? What? No idea. Request localization. And from that one, when we get it, finally, we need to get the value. So this will give us this configured object from here. So with all the cultures and stuff. And this is it, what we need to do. So everything else is kind of happens automatically. So we don't need to do anything much there. So let's maybe set up some routing, since I probably also want to do the areas. So this one is area, and we have something like this. So this defines the additional 4-parameter route and checks that if there is 4 parameters, that maybe the first one matches against the existing area. So it goes here. Just now we have this identity. This is out of our hands. This is from the identity UI Razor pages. But we can add our own like admin and whatever we want here. So initially in MVC side, we are without the areas. So everything is default, the controllers and view models and stuff like this here, views. But inside the areas, we can multiply the system or do the same structure again with kind of mini MVCs inside the capital MVC. So you don't need to punch everything together into the same catalog structure. So if the site grows bigger. So this seems to be it. And now we need to add the support, how the user can actually choose the language. So here in views, shared. So let's do some kind of small UI for it. So let's add a partial here. So where is Razor, layout, partial view. Language selection maybe. .cshtml. So what do we need here is, let's see, let's start to write it. So we need to figure out what is the request culture. This should be from the context. We can get the features and then the get, and then ask for such a thing as I request. Where is it? I request culture feature. Okay, imports are automatically added. So the localization. And then we can ask for the culture items. So let's ask for the localization options. So we get this pre-configured localization option that we did in the startup. Localization options. What's this? I should have something like value. Oh, I need to inject it. Value supported UI cultures. Something like this, and now we can do some select over it. But that one I need to inject. So this was I options, and that one is also an import. Request localization options, and that one is this. So let's select something, and we just make a new anonymous object. So where the value equals name, and the text equals, so whatever, I don't know, maybe native name. And finally, we can do some kind of not to string to list. So this will give us the list of as a drop-down list, or not a drop-down list yet, but as a list of value and text. So what to display in the drop-down. So let's do the drop-down now. So this is some Bootstrap drop-down. Now with so this is in the navigation bar. So let's make a link here. So it's nav link drop-down toggler. href is should be JavaScript. Or the hash shine is the other option what to use here. Now var language drop down. Role is typically a button. Data toggler is once again drop down. And then it's something like language. So this is the drop down menu class. And now I need this ID here. So that's what ties them together. No, it wasn't ID, it was something like aria labeled by, like this. And here I can finally draw the content for it. In our culture, this culture items. Class equals something that's a drop-down item. So as area is an empty one here, it will go to the home controller when it's clicked. Asp action we don't have, but let's define something here. Then we need to send the parameters there. And to navigate back to the correct page, so let's add the return URL. So this one is a context request path and context request query string. And finally, we will display the item.text. Why not? Item, yes. Oh, it's a capital T. Okay, this is actually unreadable. Can't I break it down something like this? Yeah, should be. What's wrong here? Non-nullable field. What's this? Oh, went away. Do I need to do something with that? Probably no. So I can send that to hell. So I need now this set language method in the home controller. So let's come here and let's do the language controller or the action. Public I action result set language. And we have two parameters. This culture. So this is the string culture. And then we have this return URL. Something like this. And finally, what we will do from here is return redirect to, there's some kind of redirect to local thingy. No, it's called local redirect. So we can just redirect here. But now when the culture has arrived here, so now we can actually do something with it. And we can, best option is to save it into the cookies. So response cookie is append. And there are predefined values for the language cookie. So it's cookie request culture provider. First is the default cookie name. What the hell insert? No, I don't want any inserts. Cookie request culture provider. Then there's this make cookie value. And let's just make a new request culture. And this should also take care of validation. So it only allows to, or only works with the cultures which we predefined that we are using. And new cookie options for how long this cookie should be alive. So expires, and let's say type time offset UTC no, and let's add some 1 year to it. So that one. So if the language is set like this via the home controller, then let's save it to the cookie. Otherwise, there are quite a few options how the language is actually chosen. Here in the what we use here in the startup, this user request localization. So it checks to the request headers, then it checks to the URL, and then it checks to the cookie. So at least those three places. And URL actually has two different options where to add it. Is it query string or is it part of the path? So there are different options how to specify the language on the incoming side. So this is kind of okay now. So one thing we can add more here is to display what the actual culture is. So to check that what is going on. So let's add it somewhere in the views. Where's our shared? Where's our layout? So here at the end, so here we have the privacy. So we can also add the culture here. So let's do the culture, and this is the thread. Where did it go? So this one is an import. Current thread, current, let's say culture dot name, and then we have the UI culture, which is exactly the same thing almost. Thread, current thread, current UI culture, and dot name. All right, let's see. It doesn't do anything useful, but at least should change the languages. So let's run it. Okay, it's an ENGB. Okay, I also need to include the language here. So I did this language selection, but I don't include it anywhere. So it probably here in the login partial, maybe. So the login partial is there on the right-hand side. So it's Ulli. Shall it be, let's see, register login should be before or after. Probably after. So let's add it here. So it's a partial. And name is the language selection. Something like this. Let's run it again. Oh, I'm dropping the database all the time, so I need to modify that one. It takes too long time. In my app settings, drop database false for the next restart. Okay. This is almost, but this went bad. But let's see, AST. Yeah, the language was changed. Yes, that one also. Oh, I included this one in the wrong place, I think. So it should be actually here, because we started with the Lee. Is it so? Yeah, it's with the Lee. Yes. Okay. No, maybe the color isn't the best just now. But it works okay. Probably should open to the left. So we can check what happens with. Yes, that's not good. So it should open to the left. So let's see when it's here. And then it's okay. But here it opens badly. Okay, that should be fixed. But otherwise it's okay. Now I'll go and eat a little bit. All right, let's continue. Has been quite a pause. Had to deal with some other things meanwhile. So hopefully we stopped in the correct place. So I implemented, let's run it and see. So I implemented the multi-lang string. I implemented language support in the startup. Let's write some to-dos here. So this is a definitely a to-do here. Move to configuration. So this list should not be hard-coded here like this. Should be updatable from the configuration. So it's pretty easy probably to do. And let's try to access the stuff. So location types. Nice. Yep. I got my translations. Let's look here. Yep, returning some debug info, but this is the query it runs. So let's do it again. Already tested it here. Yep, this is the result. And I can see all the language strings, the values for those translations. Yep, the other strings. So it's one huge data set, so 3 entities joined together. Oh, sorry, I think I did skip that part that I tested. So how can I actually get the strings like this? I need to overwrite the method in the repository. So this GPS location type repository. So now it has those includes here. So it takes the base query from the base repo. So with all the user ID and no tracking, if necessary. So if those parameters are here, so the query is prepared, and then I just modify the query and make the joins here. So include and then include. Theoretically, I could move it to the base repo and check the entity properties. So if the entity property is of type lang string, then automatically include the lang string and then include the translation. So this is definitely doable also in the base repository. So via the reflection, or let's say a little bit reflection, you can iterate over the properties of the entity, check the type, and if the type is language string, then just start to include the necessary entities. But I can also do it like more visually, manually here. So I need to overwrite those methods where the strings are used. So here it's kind of better control. I could make it a parameter here that optional, include language string something. So theoretically doable, but don't need. I like a little bit more this manual control of what I'm doing. And since we had here on those language strings, let's find them in the domain. Here in the language strings, we have those nice automatic translations. So if the type needs to be converted to the string or from the string to the language string, so this happens automatically. plus this toString method. And this works out of the box with automapper. So automapper uses this toString and automatically can assign the convert it to the string to the DTOs. So if I look at the DTOs, where are those here? So GPS location type. Here it is a string, and name is also string. So name and description are strings. But in my domain, those are actually language strings. So those are converted from this language string to the string on the conversion, and also coming back. The coming back part is a little bit more tricky, actually, since I also need to update the correct entity. So actually this, I need to drag now this GUID along. So otherwise I cannot edit and create, or create again, but I cannot edit and update those things correctly. So I need to deal with that one when we get to it. So even now I think it's better to do it immediately. So I need those name IDs and description IDs in my DTOs. Otherwise it will not work. So GPS location type. So this has the name ID and this has the description ID. And the same has to happen not on the session and not on the location. So that's the only one I have now for the DTOs. So I haven't done the rest of my entities. So I have to do those also. But let's do the other DLLs. So we have this DTOs. So I have this PLL app DTO. So the location type. That one needs the name ID, and this one needs the description ID. And then finally, I have the API DTOs. And the API DTOs just now, theoretically, I can add it here initially, but this is highly debatable. Do they need it here? Depends. And the other way to look at it, since the description ID is actually fixed, I could also say that I can find this ID based on this ID here. Yeah, I could too make. I could make some tricks with it. Sorry. So this goes here, and this is the name ID. Yep, now I also have those description IDs and name IDs. So those are kind of needed for the update, but actually purely from the theoretical viewpoint, I don't need them. So I can just take this ID, go to the database, read the entity back, and get the name ID from the existing entity. So theoretically, I don't need to drag it along all the time. So that's something to be optimized. But initially, it's easier if it is there. So it's easier to do the to do the updates. So I need to do the web ASP.NET Classical Web somewhere now. So now it's just a little bit manual work. So I need to create repositories and services for the rest of my entities, which I have added. So I have 3 additional entities now. So this GPS session type, track and track point. So I need to do the BLLs and DLLs and DAL and all those layers and repositories and interfaces for those. So let's just do them. How hard can it be? So let's close everything down. So my domain is okay. Entities are here. So now I can move to the DAL. So I start from the DAL contracts DAL app. So I need to do the interfaces for them. And there are 2 interfaces per entity. So the base and the custom methods. So I can include the custom methods also in the DLL. So let's see. So I need this. Oh, actually, I have more entities. 1, 2, 3, 4, I have 5 actually. So 3 like main entities for my business logic, and those 2 standard ones, language string and language string translation. So let's just do them. So this is the repository. Stand-up is approaching. Okay, so, and this is an iGPS repository. So now the language string. Add interface, long string repository, long string translation. Track. I track repository. And track point. And it's an interface. Okay, those 5, they are nicely ordered, and now I just need a copy of those. Can I create a copy? Okay, like this. So it's a custom. So made it okay, custom, 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 and those are not customs. So this is somehow class. So interface, 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 interface. One second, class. One more. Okay. And now I can just basically add those everywhere. So on those. Okay, and now I need to fix them. So this is the GPS session type. And repository custom. Yes, please import. No, that shouldn't be domain app. So it has to be DAL-DTO. Oh, I don't have the DTOs yet. Yes, that's the problem. I don't want to get those from domain. So let's do the DTOs also. So I can basically grab the copy. And now I need to think about it a little bit. So in what shape I want to drag those language strings through the system. Maybe I don't want to drag them through the system at all. Or maybe only in some extreme cases. Maybe, okay, I can make some kind of user interface for them, but on the main edits, I don't need them. So yeah, okay, I still need to do the entities for them in the DTOs also. So this is here in the DAL app DTO. So let's move them here or copy them here. And let's start to fix them. So first let's fix the namespace. Okay. So I only want to have this iDomain entity ID. Theoretically, I could also inherit, so I can remove this one from here. I can actually inherit from the implementation. That will be also okay. Or I can just do it manually. So that's okay. And now here, okay, let's first fix all the complaints. So I want to have this iDomain entity ID everywhere. And let's implement it. And then I need to figure out what is going on even here. Okay, now I have those. So here in the track point, everything is okay. Here on the track, no, this is just a string. And this one is also just a string. This will be default. This one will be also default. So the lang string translation, this one is okay. Here, that one, I don't need the default culture here. I do need the translations. Okay, let the collections be. And I think I will get rid of all this. This is purely for the data transfer, so it's has no business logic in it and is flattened. So let's get rid of everything here. And same here, so this will be actually a string, which needs this default. And that one also will be just a string. Okay, now I have my entities, hopefully, okay. Or DTOs, not entities anymore. So let's fix those one by one. So this is the, okay, that one I fixed. So this is the long string. And this is the ilang string repository custom. So this is the long string translation. Track point. And track repository. Okay. I need also do those as generics. In this style here. So you can basically grab this one. And let's do the customs. So this is the GPS session type. And this is the DGPS session type. theoretically, I could add some limits here. Maybe it has to implement at least this ID, but not that important initially. So long str. Mm-hmm. What's here? Okay. So this is the track point, and this is the T track point. My track repository custom. So this is the track. T-lang string translation. And this is the lang string. Yep, now I have all my interfaces. Now I can actually define those here. So I have all those. GPS session types. Get. That one. Langsters. Get. Translations. So it's a track points and a track repository. So do I have now all? 1, 2, 3, yeah, 5 should be 8. So now I need to implement actual repositories. That one has something, that one has something. Everybody has some custom methods. What will be the easiest method to generate those quickly? There's probably no easy method. So let's start where I need to start. So it's as fun as watching the paint dry. So track point and the track repository. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 5. So they will implement this. Yep, they will all implement this. So I basically need to grab that one. Now I need to set the types correctly. Go to hell. Go to hell. GPS session. So domain app GPS session, GPS session. Yes, please import the missing references and implement. Oh, what now? What I'm missing now? EF base repository. Yes. Oh, sorry, it's a GPS session type. And I just need the constructor. And I'm using here the base mapper. So that one needs to be done correctly. I don't take it from here. So this will be the base mapper and aitäh, kallis. GPS session type, GPS session type. Okay, the same here. Language string. Don't need that one here. Kissi räägib mikrofoni sisse, palun ära tee, kallis. Aitäh, las ta ole siin. Mhm. So this is the track. Okay. All right. This looks all fine. And it can be made a little bit easier to read if you really have time to do it. You can define those things like this or import them like this using domain app, but this can be now renamed like this. And I can do the same with this one here. So using this one, and we can give the new name, title app detail equals. And now I could say this here. So this is domain app, and this is the lab detail. So this is domain app identity, and this is domain app. If this makes it easier to read, so that's debatable. So whichever way you want to go, depends how you plan to import those things. So, but now I have all my repositories defined. Everything is initially empty. I don't have any custom methods. That's totally okay. So the interface here is also done. So now I need to implement the missing members. Yes. And they will all return something like this. Okay. And the actual types also. All right, my first layer is done with the new entity. So the data access layer has placeholders, let's say at least, or default standard implementations without any custom logic, but at least they are here. So that's cool. wants to hold them like this. So now I need to do the next layer. So the business logic level layer. All right, contracts first. So we are here. I have mappers, custom ones. What did I do here in the DAL? I'm just happy with the base mapper. Yes. Why did I plan to do here? Oh, since I have this map GPS session view, I need to do some custom mapping already here. Okay. I don't need it here because this GPS session view, this is actually not mapped, it's created in the DAL level. So if you look into the repository, so it's a GPS session repository. This is not mapped, it's created in the database. So it's already correct type. So it's already this GPS session view. This is from the DAL app DTO. Okay. So I could initially theoretically also get by with base mapper purely. So BLL base mapper, SOI base mapper. This one comes from here, from the mappers. Contracts base. So this is that one, and I base mapper just inherits from the DAL base mappers. Okay, so far so good. So initially I just need to define this one here. This is from the BLL app DTO or those, so the output types are defined in the interface. So I need to do all the interfaces. I base entity service, and this includes the custom now. Let's see, can I just copy over the interfaces? Is it easier? So this is the location service. Let's see, IGPS location repository. Yeah, those are kind of okay. So at least they are easy to fix there. So let's grab the repository interfaces and let's just rename and fix them there. So I need this one, this one, this one, and this one. And those will go here. So first, let's fix the namespaces. Okay. Now this is wrong. This has to be a BLL. Yes. So this needs to be a BLL. Since I don't have the types yet. Contract style, whatever. Style app, yes, and now I need to do those names correctly. So it's a service and I base entity service. So this one is a service, and this one is also service session type, and the custom is from the repository custom, yes. Service, service. And now I need the details. So, oh, and those are the generics. So I need that part from here, because I'm sending my own type into those custom interfaces. Oops, copy. Okay, and now I need to do here are the details. So I can grab those from the lab detail. Since they are identical here, initial at least. And let's start to fix the namespaces. So this is in the BLL lab detail. Okay, those are now should be here, BLL lab detail. Okay. So now what's wrong with the I-based service is missing from here. What? I-based entity service, sorry. Okay, I have my interfaces now. Let's remove maybe some few unnecessary imports. Or using doesn't actually do anything bad, but they are unnecessary here. Okay, now I have my interfaces, which means now I can define those here. So the same names as in the DB sets and in the repositories. Mhm. Okay, now I have my interface as defined, and now I need to do the actual repositories. So here, base entity service, yes, with the IGPS location service mapper, so it has its own mapper now. And then I have custom mappers for everything, although they are empty mostly, at least now, but they will not be. Mhm. Okay, so I need the same system here. So location type is, okay, that one is kind of empty, so I can make copies of this one. So what it is, location, session type, session type service. Then it is what? Language string service. Then it is language string translation. Then it's a track point. And then it's a track. Mm-hmm. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Okay, here I need to rename the files also. So this is the IGPS session type service. Okay. IGPS session type repository. Okay, I need to do those interfaces. Okay, seems to be okay. So I just need to do the mapper interfaces the same way. Okay, I can make copies of that one here. Okay, this name is already existing. Go to hell then. Why can't I do what I want to do? Can I do like this? Copy, copy. Oh, yes. Copy, copy, copy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this is the GPS session type service mapper is the first one. So let's start from here. Oh, those are already implementations. I need to do the interfaces also. Mappers. Those. Okay, now we are speaking. So this is actually this one from that one. And this is from the GPS session type. And I need to rename the file. Okay. And I need those actually. Why should I need those? Why? Oh, because there's wrong type here. So it's a GPS session type. Okay, now I have it. Oh, so let's fix those mappers. So I need to do the interfaces actually first. So this is GPS location. This is purely fictional here. So this is Longster service. Long string repository. Long service mapper. Longster GPS Longster service. So that one can go to the hell. Now I need this one, the interface. So it's that one here. And it's from the Longster. Okay. Now the Longster drones. Okay, now I can implement the missing members. And I need to actually create this mapper here locally. And UOV also is taken out of, is taken from the unit of work. Also, this repo is taken from the unit of work. So I don't need that one. This is coming from the uov.longstores. And I don't need that one. This has to be a new mapper of something, which I yet don't have. So the same here. So those will be gone from here. So this is the uov.gps session types, and I still need to do the mapper. Lang string translation. Translation service, yes. So that interface. So I still don't have the mapper. So that's the track point. Track point. That one needs to be created. Track point repository. My track point service mapper. Okay. Okay, still don't have the mapper. But that's easy to fix when I can do the mappers. So now the track service. And the final mapper. Let's rename the file. What's wrong here? Nothing. Whoop. Here is missing. It's an I track. And it's I track service, of course. So it's unit of work tracks, and I need to do the mapper. So here are my mappers. So let's start to do them one by one. So I GPS session type service mapper. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. GPS session type. So that one is this one. Yes, should be. So that one can be just a new, this one. Okay. So now the language string. This one needs this. Lang string service mapper, and it has to be against the lang string. And now I can just, what the hell, rename. Okay, this got fixed. Translation. So this is the lang string translation. Okay. So this is now a new thing. And the final one. Yes, mappers are done and rep and services are done. Now I just need to include them into the BLL. Yes, please do. So they all have the same method. And just the eyes need to be removed from here. Cool. I have now pumped them through the BLL also. So now I can finally work on my web application. And first I can do the REST controllers, what I need. So I think initially I only need the one. What the front-end developers need, the mobile application gang. So they need this they need this session type. So the running and whatnot, bicycle and whatever. And the rest of those are kind of backend stuff and the front end in the web, not in the mobile application itself. So all these track definitions and stuff like that. Although the tracks and track points are needed also in the front end finally somewhere. So I need to do the web for them. So I need the web interface definitely for these tracks and track points. And probably the rest of the stuff also here. So let's just do it. But now I want to eat a little bit. So it's a pause. All right. Let's continue. So the one thing I need here is probably this initial, at least quickly, for the mobile applications crowd is this GPS session type. So that one would be nice that if they can use it. Although the system would work even without that one, so I can just set some kind of default value to the GPS session type when they create a new session. But at least it will be nice if there is a controller here for it. So let's generate one. The rest of them can wait a little bit, or I can basically generate them all since there are only 1, 2, 3 of those. So probably let's do them all. So I need to generate those. Okay, let's create scripts for them. Let's start with one. So it's the session type. Yes. Out here is now API controllers. I move them manually to the correct place. And then it's a track. And then it's a track point. Seems to be okay. So let's generate those. Okay, my checking is here. Let's remove those. Oh, please use a fully qualified name. For sure. its domain initially before I change it. So it's domain app. Mm-hmm. Okay, got those. Let's move them to the correct place. So they will be here. And I basically need the headers from here. So it's a row. Yep. Yes, all those. Phone call. Okay. At least, once again, phone call, sorry. So everything is authorized like this, and now we can set some of those to the unauthorized. So session types general get and get just one. The track points. This is probably this is all under authorize and tracks controller. That one probably can be public, at least from the get side. So everything else is under the authorize. Okay, now I need to fix the namespace. Okay, and now I need to do what? Switch over to the PLL. Mis on kallis? Kellamutika. Okei. Kas emme tuli sööma? Ma võin su iPadi laadima vahepeal. Oota. And I need the mappers. So now I'm on the third level. So this is mapping to the public DTOs. So I need to do the DTOs and the mappers for those before I can actually use the BLL here. So let's do it correctly. And I need the types also. So those I can just grab initially, at least from the BLL. I don't need the language string. I need only those three. Session type, track, and track point. Those are the new ones. Session type, track, and track point. Okay. And then the mappers. So it's a session type. Then it's a track. And then it's a track point. Also, let's fix the namespace here. Okay. And now I can do the mappers. Let's see, then the mappers are just really basic. Okay, I have the mappers and I have the DTOs, the public ones. So now I can implement the stuff here. So I need those. So the appdb context and controller is gone. And it needs to be a correct mapper. No. So it's a tracks mapper. Is it track mapper or tracks mapper? GP session. It's a track mapper. And the same here. Okay, Now I can just remove the domain app from here. Those are not used at all, so I get the correct types here. So let's add this using. That's really well visible what we are doing. So now all those methods will be v1 DTO. Okay. And now I need to work on the VLL side. So the initial, it's basically just a copy of what's going on here. And I need to do also those headers nicely. The attributes for the Swagger, so what it does produce and stuff like that. So let's go over them one by one. So BLL is defined. So get if it's something. Yep, okay. You can basically grab this code from here. Even better is probably this location type. This is more similar. So let's start from this one. Okay, this is one liner. So GPS session types, get all async, select needs an import here, and it just maps. And we can add those. And it just produces this one. The same thing here. And here. And then those. Produces, consumes. I'm not so sure about the consumes side here. Doesn't seem to consume anything. Okay, this is the track. Same here, track. And this is the track point. So let's get rid of this one. Track points, map per map. And this is the track. And map per maps. Okay, and I need XML comments, of course. Yep. So let's do rest of the methods one by one. So now this get the single one. So let's grab the code. Basically like this. So this is track. This is track point. This is session type. Okay. So now the track points. Track point, yes. So this is the track. Tracks. Okay. Track was all right. So now this is a put, and let's see, put. So okay, put is now a little bit different depending of what I'm doing. So here it's only authorized to the roles admin. The same goes about the GPS session types controller. So only the admin is allowed to update that one. But the rest of those are more similar to this. So track points put is this, and tracks is this. Okay. Roles admin, and yep, rest of the stuff is okay. And now it's based, do I have the user or not? So the track definitely has user, but track point, let's see, did I add a user to the track point also actually? No. Yeah, there is no point, maybe in the user for the track point, although it's debatable. Since the GPS location, oh, that one also doesn't have the, no. Let's look at the domain. So GPS location has, but that one doesn't have here. Okay, let it be like this. Okay. So the session types is okay. Track points doesn't have the owner. So this is similar to the, in that sense, to the session types. So I can grab this code from here. And so tracks actually, let's see, domain. Track actually should have the user. Why doesn't it have? Since somebody has created this track. So let's add the user here. So it's actually this entity. So now it has the user. Now I need to check my other details. What do I need to do there? So dull detail first. What do I do here? I do this. I don't need the JSON ignore here anymore. So I can grab those two. It's the dull lab detail. Nice. And I need the same in the BLL. Yes. And detail also here. Maybe that is once again debatable. Yeah, just app user IDs here. So that one is okay. So there's only this app user ID. So the track is the same as the GPS session. So this user ID gets always overwritten. So I can grab that one here. So the track put is this. Just a track. So user ID needs an import. So that's the track. Okay. So tracks points is the same as GPS locations, maybe. Although it doesn't have the user ID. Should it have actually for something? Actually, it should have user ID. Otherwise, somebody will try to load the track point and access it. I know it's accessible, but the update can be only done if you are in the correct role or you are the owner of the thingy. So this I need to think through what I actually want to do with the security here. So let's actually add the owner here also. I don't want to go always via this tracker. The user can also be defined here. So where's my domain? I'm losing it here. So the same way as track, let's add this also as that user. So that this one will also have those. So this was the dull, and then in the BLL, the same thing. And then also here, and the DTOs, it's a track point. This one goes here and doesn't have that user, and also doesn't have the doesn't have that one and that one. And it doesn't have this collection. Doesn't have that one. Location type, yes. Yep, should be. No collections, so those are flat, at least initially. So let's see now. The GPS session type can be accessed only by the admin, and then it just puts, okay, track point. So track point and tracks controller are now the same. So this needs this kind of update. Okay. Track points. And this is here bad. This is track points. Tracks. Yep, seems to be okay. Just XML comments need to be done. Okay, now this post. So this fix me is done. It's a session type. And the headers. So only the admin can create those. And it produces this GPS session type. Okay, and the tracks points post is the same as GPS locations post. And the headers are also the same. So track point doesn't have the record that. That's not the issue. Track points. Those can be replaced with the name of. Would be nice actually. Okay, here we have some extra information, some defaults and stuff like that, which I actually don't need. So the post is basically the same as this one here. So the tracks post. And the headers are also the same. So it's a track. All right. So now the final, then delete. So this method is not used anymore. It's done in the repo. This one goes here. And then it go the headers. GPS session type, it produces this one. Yes, only admin can do it. So it's a GPS session type. So this is the GPS session types. Okay. And the track points and tracks are the same as in the session and location. So the post here is this. So this method is gone. This gets replaced with this one. This is gone. This gets replaced with this one. And those headers, attributes. Okay, so it produces a track like this. Track, tracks. So track belongs to the user. Yes, it needs the user control here. So track is okay. Now the track point, the final one. So we are producing the track point. It's track points. It's track points. It makes a track point. Okay, the error messages are wrong here and there. Track point, GPS session type, GPS session, GPS location type. It's not a get, it's just GPS location. So this is the get GPS locations, and this is against the GUID here. Seems to be okay. So let's build it. I should get those XML warnings because those are missing. Yes, but those are okay. I need to write those somewhere. And let's run it. So the only new one actually accessible here will be the GPS session types. Okay, seems to be okay. So those names and descriptions, those have to be null because I haven't updated the repository for them. And the same about the tracks, those also, although I have no tracks yet. So if I go here and do the tracks, I should get empty. Oh, why? This is weird. I should have them. Why not? Let's see. Tall app EF, app TB context. Yep, I definitely have the tracks here. Let's look here. Yes, tracks are here. So what's wrong with this? So it's a tracks controller, and I went for the get, which is allow anonymous. BLL tracks, yes, track. Yes. One implementation, track service, absolutely. Yes, unit of work tracks, track repository. Yes. iTrack repository tracks. Yes. Implementation. Track repository. Domain app track, Tal app. Yes. EF base repository. Track repository. Weird. Why is this? Tracks. Invalid column. Ah, okay, I added the user. Yes, absolutely. I need to do the new migration for sure. Yes, let's drop this migrations thingy. So let's drop the database once again. And let's add migrations. Otsas. Pirni võta ise. Unse otsa sai määra kõik õunnat tuleb uued tuua. Mine vaata levalt. Okay. Aga emme on vist üleval või? Mine, las emme lõikab selle õuna, kui emme on üleval. Emme sööb vist parasjagu. Ja sina peaks ikka sööma natukene. Okay, this is all right. So tracks are empty. The same should be in the track points. Yep, this needs an authorization. That one I cannot get. So then I have location types. So this has already the names are fixed. So this is cool. And then the session types, which need some help here. So the names and descriptions. All right, let's fix those. So the session types goes here, which goes here, which goes here, which goes here, and here I need to do the override. No, not here, this constructor. Override, so that's the, at least this get all needs to be overwritten. And that one I can just look what I did here in the location type repository, basically the same code needs to be executed here. GP session type, yes. User ID is none here, that one doesn't, name and description is the same, and it needs to be an async. And basically this is it. Oh, now I have this drop database all the time. So let's set that one to false for testing initially. Yes, now I have the names. So this is nice. The only thing I have to do is use this default GUID or as a default session type ID. Otherwise, I will break the existing implementations. So it's the GPS session controller. So when the new session is created, so it's in the post, get put in the post. Yes. If GPS session dot what now? Okay, I'm missing stuff from here, so let's go back to the domain. So I have the session type, which points to the GPS sessions, which means that I need the type also here. Yes, this one is here now. So this means that I need the same thing in the other layers also. So first it's here. Yep, it's missing from here. And then in the BLL, so the JSON ignore is not used anymore. So this goes here. And now the final one is here in the DAL DTO. So when we do the new session, it goes here and it just takes the GUID here. So if the GPS session type ID equals, so that should be the GUID empty. Then let's set it to the where is GUID parse? Yes, to that one. And let's use this default value. So if the session type is not set, then everybody is running. And this will also get some kind of, actually the session type also has some default values for the pace, but let that one, I will let it slip now. The business logic needs to be a little bit thinking now. I'm just more dealing with the getting the minimum viable product up and running correctly for you guys. So I want to do the web next and not think so much about the business logic, so the business logic stays at minimal level. Otherwise, it seems to be nice. So let's take a break. All right, seems that my APIs are working. So now I need to do the web controllers and start to actually work on the web a little bit. So I need to generate those controllers first from the DOM and then update them. So I need the scripts for them. I'm just grabbing the code from somewhere. Yep. So MVC web controllers. So how many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and maybe the language string also. Something like this. Sorry, I need fully qualified domain here. So it's domain app something. No, sorry, copy them first. So it's a GPS location. Location type. Session. Okay, those are against all my possible entities. And I might, do I want to do the user and the role also? Okay, first at least I need those. So let's generate these. Oh, sorry. CD web app. It will take some time. I will pause here and let it run. it otherwise like watching the paint dry really. Okay, so now my controllers are finally generated and I had to run to the city meanwhile. And I had one problem here. Initially I have this here. So all those warnings from the nullable reference types are turned into the errors. And since the scaffolding doesn't know what to do or doesn't take care of those problems, so they are not taking care of those warnings. And as soon as the first controller is generated, you will get errors. And the next one can't be generated because the code doesn't compile anymore if you use these warnings as errors. So I temporarily disabled it, and now I will just turn it back on, and then nothing will build anymore. So I need to fix the stuff that got generated here. So there's plenty of errors. So now I need to do this dance around the problems here. So this DD class thingy, after scaffolding, to global replace DD class. How does it want to write it? So this is just DD. And then this, so that thing here should be replaced with all. So we can see all the validation errors and why doesn't our model binding actually work. So it's a file, edit, find, replace in path. This should be replaced with just DD. And then this ASP validation thing. Okay, it also got replaced here, of course. Edit, find, replace in path. So this one should be replaced with all. Okay, now I need to cancel. So now at least those should be okay, yes. What the fuck? Model only, and this was the class. To global search and replace. Okay, so now I can try to rebuild it and get all those problems here. So I should have a pretty huge amount of warnings and errors. So quite a few. Item name ID, item description ID, item app user first name. details, name, description, delete. Index. So let's rebuild again. Let's refresh the list. I will definitely miss a few of those initially. Almost there. Okay, got rid of the errors. Now I have only those XML warnings that I don't have the comments. Summary. I don't know. So it's quite a monotonous task to actually to add those comments everywhere, but I try to be nice and do it decently. Although I don't get all the track points. And this is definitely bad. You should have a parameter here, so it should actually you can only get the track points for one specific track, not to the all, but let it be for now. My kid is calling me, just pause. Okay, and let's do the tracks controller also. Okay, and now I have those, not the API controllers, but the other ones. What I did with those? Yes, Pragma warning. So let's just disable the warnings. So here I don't need the comments. Those are not publicly accessible. Okay, got rid of the warnings and all the possible errors. So now I need to do some kind of UI with those because just now it doesn't do anything good to me. So let's close all of that. So I don't want to have them all up here, and even those are not really usable, those controllers. So I need to rewrite them a lot, but I want to keep the original one also. So I'll just do some kind of admin section here. So it will be some kind of drop down. So let's do a new array and let's move them all there. Directory, so it's an admin area. And it has the controllers folder, views, and view models. So those are purely for the admin stuff, not that one. So those all go here. And the same with the views. So basically all those except the home and the shared. So those go here. Okay, now it only also needs this view imports and that file. So those have to be copies here. And the layout needs to be probably this view shared layout. No? And probably that one. No? What the hell? What's the problem with you? Validation scripts partial. We have a shared. No. What the hell? Where do you actually think you're going? Should be something like this. Create. What's wrong with this? Scripts. Yes. Let's see. Build, rebuild. Oh, okay, I need the few things first. So let's fix the namespace. And let's add the array attribute here. So those are in the admin area. Okay. So what's wrong with my view start? So it should be views. Yes. But what's wrong with this? Cannot resolve. Why not? Hmm. So I have the array route. Hopefully. Maybe just let's call it array. Doesn't really matter. So let's run it and see what does it do actually. So gonna do something like this. Admin GPS location types. The following locations. Can still be this. Let's try again. True. JetBrains Rider update. Nice. Oh yeah. Okay. That one works. Okay. Yes, nice. So I'll take a pause and update my JetBrains Rider. Okay, it was updated nicely. Now let's add some security here. So this is the admin area. Meil ei ole õunakallis enam, emme läks poodi. Mine võta ise pirn, saad niisama süüa. So this has the authorize attribute and roles have to be equal. Now I don't remember. Was it with a capital or small letter? So let's see. So it's with the small in my world here. So let's add it actually everywhere here. What now? Now it needs a reference also. Okay, so everything is under authorize attribute. And let's grab a drop-down nav item design. Actually, I already have it for the language, although it's missing an icon here. Actually should have one, I think. Let's see, what shall I do about it? Get Bootstrap. No, it's documentation. So I want this one. Where's the icon? Why don't I have it? So the drop down is this. Okay. So it's in home, privacy, and then it's here. So this is an admin. Navbar drop down admin. Okay. I don't have a. Okay, let the divider be there. So I want the links like those. Maybe like this. So area is admin. Controller is, there's no home there. So let's add them one by one. So first it is GPS sessions. This index, and it's GPS sessions. Then it's locations, and then it's location types, and then it says session types. Okay, then let's have a divider and some more dividers. So this is tracks, and this is track points. And then those Longster and Longster translations. Okay, something like this. And this one only needs to be visible to the admin users. So that one we can look from here. So I need to inject this stuff actually to the layout already. So no problem with that one. And now I have access to the user, and I can do all kinds of, let's do this, for example. So if user is signed in and user is in role. Oh. Is in role. No, it's with the small a. So should be something with this. And actually my views are okay now. Okay, let's close all. And let's run it. So it was what? Okay, missing the divider. Something else here. What the hell? Okay, copied the wrong thing. So it's this one. And it should be this text torque. Now link text torque. And I have the same problem with the language partial. This is still not text torque and doesn't have the arrow. Oh, and this one, it isn't rotating the arrow. Okay. No, that one is in the wrong place. Drop down toggle. Oh, and I need this. So I need to move this drop down somehow to the left. So let's see what does modify that one. Hmm, I don't see it directly. Uh, so it's put strap 4, drop down menu position. Okay, split button, sizing. Drop up, drop right. Drop left. I know, that's not true. Menu alignment. Oh, right alignment menu. Drop down menu right. Drop down menu right. Ui, what's this? Why can't I have my drop down menu right? It's drop down menu right. Okay. I didn't close the previous process correctly. Okay, now it's much better. So this one opens to the left, this one opens to the right. Okay, this is cool. So there is some kind of admin UI here. And this is only accessible if you are an admin. And yes. That's really not usable. Yeah, that's looking massively ugly. So I should fix at least a little bit here. At least I can fix those, name and description. Those should be easy to fix, so don't show the ID here. Since we have those nice language string classes, but I need to do the includes. So I need to do at least a little bit work here. So let's see location types. So it has the includes, but it should have also then include. And same here. Okay, let's continue. Some assets have been wiped. So basically I need this in several places. So the same here. Then I have the same in the GPS session types. Then on the details also. And on the tracks also I have the same. So that one goes here, and then it goes here. Oh, there's also app user. Okay, tracks have app user. They probably had it also here. And session types don't have, and location types also don't have. Okay, now I have those includes. And what next? Shall we fix those indexes? So don't display me the ID, just display the description and name. Session types the same. So show me the name and the description. Yes. And then the tracks controller. The description and the name. Oh, and I can add the same functionality actually to the app user if I really want to. So I don't need the JSON ignore here. Where does this one want to go? App user, T user, yes. Or I could use this first last name here. So let's see, let's run it. Good. Okay, sessions is empty. Session types. Oh, why did I get this? This is totally that what I didn't want. Name and description. Why does it do it like that? Display name 4. Why isn't it calling the toString? Why is it doing some kind of weird serialization? Okay, let it be. I can do just this. So it's the model. GPS session type. Doesn't have the description. What? Should have. And the same here. Should be model name. Cannot resolve symbol name. Good hell. Oh, okay, sorry. That's true. I do the wrong thing. Come back here. So it's here. So why is H... Okay. And actually, I don't want to see those. Maybe only they change that. Created by. And so this is the GPS session types. So I don't want to see any of those actually. So those can be cleared from here. Okay, let's try now. Okay, that's better. But I had some warnings now. Possible null reference argument for parameter in long string implicit operator. Actually, it cannot be. Possibly null. Okay, I can do something like this. But this should be needed. Maybe like this. And if this is null, it goes to set translation. String value can be null actually. And it will still get saved. Hopefully it's okay. Okay, null it cannot be anyhow. Okay, so this is fixed now. So let's fix the other ones also. Just would be nice to look at them. So I don't want to see those. And this should be just an item. And then on the tracks also. On the tracks, maybe let's leave the changed by and change that there. Although I have here this app user, which is actually probably exactly the same as those here. This is just the strings. So let's get rid of those. I can always keep them on the details. Okay, stop and rerun. Okay, then I need to fix this in the other sense. Name, language string. So this can be a null. Let's try again. So session types, location types, tracks. Okay, language strings. Whoop. Okay, this needs a little bit thinking. Probably should be something nice. And that one also here is a bit wonky. So language string translations, don't need those. Culture while language strings, and this is okay. And here, so this is purely a reference here. So here I should do some kind of a little bit better display. Probably the overview of what is going on here in the length string translations. So maybe languages and current. Yeah, that would be nice. So count of how many strings there are and what are the current languages. So we need the view model for it. So let's do the view model. Add class interface. So this is longstr index view model. let's say it's the current value. Drop GUID ID. This is the default. And int say culture count. So how many strings do they actually have in this culture? Oh, and here I need those comments everywhere on top, which is kind of annoying now already. So let's fix the language string controller. So I need this one finally, but let's grab this one out from here. Probably select. Now this view model. What's wrong with this? Cannot resolve ID. ID. Culture count. So this gives me the count of translations. And now to get the actual value, what can I do? Maybe simplest to do this. So I have the translations, and now I have the L, and the current value is actually L. Yes, should be. So it's modeled at okay, it's L, so this one needs a little bit weird syntax. Okay. Mhm. So I don't know, shall I display the ID even here? Is it useful for something? Maybe not. Or maybe still, since I sometimes need to debug this thing. Okay, track points. Yeah, okay, for the admin interface, this is kind of okay. The minimal stuff is here. So theoretically, everything should still work. Oh, I'm missing, I removed one feature accidentally, but not removed, but didn't bring it over when I did the BLL and stuff. So the sorting of the locations needs to be restored. So this is in the repository. So get all query where, yep, here it's missing. So it's order by dot record that. Okay, let's hope for the best and let's deploy it. So I need to set this one to the true. So the database will be deleted. And I actually wanted to do one more trick here, if it works. See data. I want to take this one from here. Seed identity. So this is the role manager, the users. Let's add this here. Okay, new app user, and can I just say something like this? ID equals, and then this user info. So my personal ID is always fixed in the database, maybe sometimes useful for something. For the roles, it's not that important. So, but let it be there for the user. So let's see what is going on here. Monday, so nobody hasn't recorded any new tracks here. Sad. Why? Okay, so let's hope for the best. Git commit actually didn't need to do the add. The switch A does the same. So it's the multi-long and MVC. And git push. Mm-hmm. Yep, should be. Mm-hmm. And let's try it. Yes, it's alive and running. Public API. Yes, track point. GPS session type is here. Track points, GPS session types. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's cool. Hmm. GPS sessions is missing the GPS session type. Bad. Let's see, where did I forget it? So don't drop the database anymore, hopefully. So this is false. And let's see. Okay, it's in the DAL, it's in the domain. Oh yeah, it's missing from here. Oh, sorry, not here. So it's a GPS session. It's here. Okay, let's look into BLL. GPS session. So it is here and in the DTO. No, it's here, GPS session type ID. What's wrong with me? ID, user first last name. Is this one somehow old? Let's see into the controllers what is going on here. Go ahead. There's no domain here. Oh, it's GPS session view. Yes, that's my bad. So let's fix that one. So it's starts from the details. So it's here actually. And in the view, I only have the I can actually have it as an I need to think about it a little bit. Do I want to also display the name here? Probably yes. So it's a string. So that's a string here. And I don't need that one at all. So something like this needs to be everywhere. So it's in the DTO here. The same way it has to be in the del. And in the BLL. And then I need to actually give the value in the correct place. And that one only has the name. Does it really need the ID also? Maybe. Depends. So it's here in the GPS session repository. And it actually is the name from here. This means that I need also the includes. So I need this one. Then include the name. And then include translations. Okay. So reset to the false. So this should be it. We'll see. Let it deploy and I'll go and eat. All right, so let's develop some web here. Okay, theoretically we have this some kind of UI here done in JavaScript. So this allows us to view sessions, thanks to the Enrico who created me one since I dropped the database. So basically I need a kind of similar thing to be done in the ASP.NET MVC side also. So let's just create something like this. So theoretically I should be able to view tracks, and everybody must be able to delete their own tracks. So to get rid of the unnecessary recordings. and maybe also edit location points. At least change the type or something like that if you have too many of those added here. So let's try to do it. So we need something here and some links in the front page, or maybe even the front page should actually be the GPS sessions or some kind of overview, at least. So let's do it correctly. So those initial pages I created, or controllers for the MVC, those are here in the admin. So I don't want to fix them a lot. So those stay mostly as generated controllers. And I just fixed the UI a little bit. And maybe I should fix it even some more. Just looking at, not here, come back. So I can log in here. No. So okay, this here looks ugly. So this one needs some kind of string here. Name description is okay. This is okay. And maybe get rid of those. That one I don't need here. But mostly it's okay. So it's trivial UI fixes and wouldn't fit anyhow nicely here. So basically let them be. I need some kind of public accessible web. So let's go here. And that one I will probably do manually. So I can basically start with this GPS sessions controller. So let's copy that one here. And then the views also. So it's the GPS sessions. Okay. So let's fix the namespace. And it's not in the admin area, and it's yep, public accessible. No, actually it's not public accessible, but anybody can access it. So it's authorized. And this index is allow anonymous, definitely. And let's think details is also allow anonymous. Create is definitely something you shouldn't be able to do. So the same about the create post. Don't call that one. Edit. Edit you should be able to do probably. Okay, let's leave the edit there. And delete also. But those are only for the, you can only edit and delete your own stuff and not anybody else items. So, and let's check the security and fix all the content here. Let's fix those, get rid of that DB context and do the correct view models and whatever we need here. So first let's include it in the UI. So it's basically this link here. Privacy goes somewhere here. So it's the asp area is yes empty, controller is GPS sessions, action is index, and it's the GPS sessions. Okay, and let's see that it also works. So let's think about this index here. So create new is only visible to the logged in to the actual admin. So I need to check users in many places. So it's probably useful to do this. So this inject and using. Let's see, can I put them to view imports? Yes, I can add them here. So they are actually accessible everywhere. So what's wrong with error? Nothing. And login partial doesn't need those. And I think doesn't even need those anymore. So we can now change this create here to something like this. And we should also limit those buttons here under the control. So this is the GPS session type. So let's get rid of those. Definitely don't want these. So this is the first last name. So this is the item.gps session type.name. Maybe let's drop the description from here, it's too long. Yep. What is this here? Why it's unhappy? Okay. So let's see what I need to do to get it working. Something like this. And I need to move it, this definitely to the repository. So, but let's run it first. Yep, I'm admin. I can see that one. Let's log out. Yes. Did it went to bold? Weird. Seems to be okay. Okay, I need some better design here, definitely. So this is the GPS sessions. So what would be the nice design? Probably some kind of card layout, maybe. So definitely not this kind of table. This wouldn't fit anywhere actually correctly. So let's do some kind of card layout. Let's say Bootstrap 4. So something like this. Images, list, props, featured, kitchen sink, header and footer. Sizing. Yes, something like this. No, don't need navigation. Yep, something like this. It can be something like probably like 4, let's say. So this is the item name, a title, a link. So this is the content. Card tech is nice one. Actually, this one. Use a cortex. Oh, okay, this is nice. Oh, even maybe this card columns. But let's not over-engineer it initially. Item name. So let's add here then the description. So let's do something like view on map here. And so let's say I can display a duration. So I can actually use those. Duration and maybe distance. Oh, and definitely this session type. And let's show the data. And probably I want to show this speed. This is now once again wrong name. It should be actually pace. But let it be. And now I need some demo data in database. So GPS sessions. So let's authorize. Oh. Cut the token. Oh, and this needs to be those 00000 something. Okay, I don't need it, actually. Let's use the default. Yes. Test 2. Morning run. Say test 4 with the duration. Okay, let's see. Okay, those are running easy, nice. Okay. And it's a display 4. And in case if it's an admin, then it can do the, so I also need those here at the end. Yep, maybe on the, let's add them here. So this view on map is actually the details, let that one be. And so those will be here. So if the user is signed in and it is admin, then it's allowed to edit those. Okay. What's wrong with you? And I actually want to do those. Oh, it wants to do it as an or. Okay, that's not nice. So it's the item, it should be text. So let's comment this one here out. And I need a timestamp also here. What's this? What name? Okay, don't need that one here. Okay, and I need to check the actual ownership here. Should I display those? So it's either if I'm admin, then I'm allowed to do it, or if I'm actual owner of that stuff here. So, but this is the basic building blocks we need to do. So let's just, for fun, let's check how it looks on the mobile. Oh, no, 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 no. So it's call SM4 small. Call XS should be 12, I think. Extra small, small. How do size classes go? Layout. Grid. Extra small, small, medium, large, extra large. So this should be actually XS, I think. So call SM is small. Okay, call medium. So here it should be 6, and medium should have 4, and let's say a large should have maybe 3. And let's try call Excel. So that is 2. No. SM is 12. MD is 6. This is 4. Okay, 1, 1, 1. Yes, 2. 3 even came. That wraps, so it should be still actually 2. So call medium, large, and this is for the Excel now. So the grid is 12 units, so small one item will take the whole 12. Medium, it takes 6 by 1 unit, so 2 will fit, and here it's 4, so 3 will fit on the Excel screen. And I need to fix the controller. So let's start from here. So this SAP DB context is definitely bad here. And the system here. Yeah, now it's 2. And somewhere it jumps to a 3. And this is it. Okay. So I need this, no. API controllers. So I want to have this. So let's see. Var result equals pll dot GPS sessions. Get all async. So this is await. So this gives me whatever is there in the GPS sessions. And this will be the list, so I can just send the result here. So this will be the BLL app DTO GPS session. Is this what I really want? Probably not. Or maybe. So let's see what happened here. Mostly it should be okay. GPS session should still have all that info here. So the GPS session type probably will be a name. Let's see. No, it's still the GPS session type here. So it's not mapped to the string yet. Yeah, because it's not the GPS session view. Okay. So let's fix this. So I need to do this part. Just go here, get all async implementations. GPS session type, no. So let's go somewhere here. So it's the repositories, GPS session repository. Yep, there's one method, get all for you. So I need a new one here. Was this public get all? So query. Equals what? Prepare query, probably. And it just takes this user ID and no tracking, which should be true here. And now we can do query equals query and actually do all those includes. So result equals, I need async here. Okay, and I cannot return because this is yep, and this GPS session, so I need to do the map. So this is the domain items. So let's do the mapping. So domain items select mapper map. Okay. And this should work automatically. Let's see. Yes, more or less. Let's refresh it and let's see. GPS sessions. Oh, missing type map configuration or unsupported mapping. Domain app identity app user. Okay, that's realistic. Should happen. So let's see, GPS session. So this one uses a base mapper. So it's the domain app GPS. So it just maps from the left object to the right object. And this is the base mapper. Okay, this is not nice. Okay, let's do a little bit better mapper here. We can do something like this. Tell.pf, add new. Let's add Dal mapper. Derives from the base mapper. So it's still this left and right. So public base mapper, let's do that seater here. So it calls the base, definitely. And let's see, when I added the custom mappers in the BLL, so this is how you add the stuff here. Okay. So since we now are in the app level, so this is totally okay. So we want to map from the domain to the DAL, yes? So this is the output. So this should be here, and this is the domain.app. We just add one more mapping. Okay, let's see. And I need to use also this. So this is the DAL mapper. And now here in the GPS session repository, use actually a DAL mapper and import it. No? Okay. Session type. Okay, not to worry. So this is the GPS session type. GPS session, what now? Lab DTO. Oh, I need the same on the next level also. Okay, this one now knows how to map. So let's fix the next level mapper. So it's the GPS session service mapper. Is this it? Yes, this is it. So this is actually the and this is the BLL. And I think this one even shouldn't know anything about the domain. Okay, it gets it anyhow. Yep, got it. Okay, let's modify this one. I know, it's okay. So maybe I should do something here on the index page, some kind of statistics, but clock is pretty far away. So let's call it a day and let's stop this recording and let's commit this one to the web. So it's the MVC web. And let's send it out. All right, so I need to work some more on the web to actually do something useful there. So here, just now I fixed the first one, so I don't need this code here actually anymore. So I need to get rid of all those stuff here and to actually check the users correctly and fix all the stuff that is here. What the hell is this? View data and stuff. So this is for the next lecture. And I also need to deal with UI translations. So the content is nicely translated, but the UI is static. So those also need to be translated. But it's moving along nicely. So the basic architecture is now done. So see you next time.